She say, what's that smell? I say, can't you tell? It's so spicy, I got that ooh. Might just cast a spell.
Hey everybody, welcome. Yeah, sorry we're a little late. Farming matters wait for no man nor beast.
My cows were happy. They got a nice mud hole for a minute.
They go out and run through it.
Oh yeah, they walked through the sprinklers, but now that it was a gusher, they were like, woohoo!
So we've got 4 more decks tonight. I'm a little biased, so expect the clay salt to come out, because I went completely undefeated in our league last month with NS Ibaka the 4th here.
Nice.
There is a play line with it that is really, really interesting. One of my least favorite cards in Dark Tidings, and this goes to show you that this is Keyforge, not deck builders. So things work differently. One of my least favorite cards in Keyforge, Dead Man's Chest.
What's it do?
Put 4 amber on it. It's one of the treasures.
Yeah.
Deal 2 damage to a creature. After 6 or more creatures are destroyed in a turn, Dead Man's Chest is ready. Move each amber from Dead Man's Chest to the active player's pool.
Okay.
This deck has managed to consistently get this card to fire.
To itself.
To itself.
Nice.
It's got really, really good logos and basically mediocre everything else. But this is that triple blatant thievery, which is funny because this is a pod that doesn't really have any capture whatsoever. There's only 1 Saurian and 1 Sanctum deck here, and a couple Unfathomable. I think this deck against like a Worlds Collide Saurian deck would just make them cry.
What's blatant thievery?
Move all amber from I think it's enemy. It might be target creature to your pool. Enrage an enemy creature. Move all amber from that creature to your pool.
Oh.
And it has a pip.
Nice.
So like against anything with tribute.
Yeah.
And it's got Sink or Swim and Bubbles and Chronophage and Abandoned Ship. And this card's just gross.
That's the one that does 4 if it's the tide's high.
If the tide's high, it does nice. 4. And it has Tidal Wave to swap the tide with the Bilge Warden and a Velucanth.
Okay.
Its other houses are okay. Its Logos is almost perfect in my opinion for a Dark Tidings deck.
Nice.
This was the first deck we opened, so I thought this was a very good deck, but we'll see now that we're far enough into the set. Yeah. So first up we have Fang Guppy, which I will be playing, versus Contive. The Boisterous Hermit. Keyforge news. There was a little bit of it. Asmodee, Italy announced that there will be a new set.
Nice.
In an interview with Crazy Killing Machine, which is, I believe, a Spain-based Keyforge organization. They confirmed there will be a 6th set starting, supposedly coming out in October.
Nice.
Fingers crossed. And that they are expecting organized play to resume in 2022. I will state once again, this is Asmodee Italy. We have heard nothing from Fantasy Flight Games, who have a YouTube channel and, as far as I know, a Twitter account that works. Maybe tweet at them, send them something on that Instagram.
Maybe
shoot them a Facebook message. Asmodee and FFG. Anybody? Bueller?
Somebody.
Anybody?
Somebody?
It's one of those things that, like, I'm not worried that we won't get another set. I'm worried that they're switching focus to something else for a game that has a very vibrant community.
Even though they haven't done anything with it, we are still... Everybody that plays still keeps it rolling.
Yeah. Who's trying our hardest to keep this thing rolling. So we'll see what comes of that, but I will say that is positive news. And Asmodee Italy did indicate that there will be a new house. Something not seen before in the next set. And the return of a house.
Nice.
So
instead of bringing 2 houses, they're bringing one and
they're bringing a new one and rotating one in and out. Now, here's what I think will happen, and then I'm going to tell you what I want to happen. I think what's going to happen is we're going to lose Shadows and Star Alliance, and we're going to get Mars and the Inspired. What I want to happen is I want to lose Logos and Saurian and gain Inspired and Mars.
Okay.
Because I want Star Alliance Mars decks. Quintrino Flux on Twitter posted to me about it, and it got me thinking that my thought wasn't what I want to happen, because you know my love for Star Alliance.
Yeah. It's grown.
Yeah. Every set it seems to grow a little more.
Yeah.
But I really want a Mars Star Alliance deck just for the fun of it.
Since you started pulling the
Jerichos.
Stupid Jericho decks.
All my best stuff basically has a Jericho in it. If that doesn't tell you all you need to know about a card, then I don't know what to tell you. In my opinion, it's probably the best creature in the game. I realize Zenzik exists, but I'd rather have Phase Shift that just exists, period.
It's pretty decent. If you can't get it,
and I think Jericho's the board. Yeah, I think Jericho's a little more sticky because of Star Alliance upgrades, things like Medic Ingram, Force Field, the Z-Force Agent one that just wards at the beginning of the turn, and Countersuit. Still looking for that Captain Val Jericho and Countersuit deck. Just to make Tom go, I'm not playing this game anymore.
I can see.
We're gonna play. This is now a Pokemon stream.
Well, what you want to is Jericho with double taunt, and you're just done.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
that's why I'm looking for Jericho in this set, because I want a Star Alliance Sanctum Logos deck with Jericho.
Or Chronophage Tails.
Tails it is. Yeah. Chronophage Jericho would be
with taunt.
Ugh.
Next to her. You're just like, bleh. I'm out.
Oh, I do not know this deck very well. Here's the funny thing. This is a 2/2/2 that is so on the verge of keepable. Because I think that it's rare that a person takes the tide on their first turn, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I can drop Deep Water regardless, and I have a card to raise the tide even if you took the tide.
Yeah.
So I can just... That's 3 free amber right there. This is a good turn, just dumping out 2 creatures and being like, they kind of need answers. That I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, but you're drawing 2 logos either way. Oh.
I would have went Untamed first, drawn into the Untamed and been like, crap.
Yeah.
And then the 2 logos.
Yeah.
Which I probably would have called after that, so good thing. And then you're just rotating that 2/2/2.
Yeah.
When you play a 2/2/2, you kind of want to draw into a 1/1. You know, best case is 2 of the house you didn't play. But even a 1/1 gets you... starts to build you a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I am revitalized, I will say, by the news that came out. Thank you, Lots of Muffins on Twitter. That was all you. They were tweeting at FFG all the time, being like, hey, news. And Crazy Killing Machine is a wonderful player organization. They're always posting stuff up on Twitter. That's the biggest social media community I'm a part of, is on Keyforge Twitter. So, like, they might be posting stuff everywhere for all I know. The other thing is Keyforge Live is this weekend in Milwaukee. If you are attending, awesome. I hope the event goes great. The stuff that they're putting out looks fun. It looks amazing. Wish I would have been able to go, but unfortunately couldn't make it. So yeah. Also got married last week. Funny story. I've basically gone 24/7 wearing the ring. Hadn't even taken it off when I slept. Left the house this morning. Didn't have the ring on. Because I took it off last night because I scratched my face with it while I was sleeping. And so I took it off and forgot to put it back on.
No ring.
Okay, let's see if we can draw a better 5 than the 6. Don't know if that does it.
I'm gonna play Flumph.
Floop! Purdy cat. Unfathomable. Horrid Sign-In and a Carry Guilt Spine.
I gotta read them.
Doesn't ready if it reaps. And has poison.
So poison doesn't hurt if you fight with skirmish, correct?
Correct. So Floop can fight into Horrid Sign-In.
Okay. I will go Untamed. Play good book. Floop is going to fight here.
Elusive.
Yep. But I gain a +1.
2 of them.
2.
Give a beast creature 2+1s.
And then assert dominance to ready and kill there.
Okay. You get another 2.
+2. And I'll draw 2.
Alrighty. I'm going to call Untamed. We'll play Cross Porpoises. Take the tide. Play Key Frog. Play Mookling. Then I'm going to Reaper Sow. And I think here I'll just Reap with Carry Guilt Spine. We'll ready. Draw 4. Pass turn.
going to play Shadows. Not going to play Shadows. I'm going to call Shadows.
I would hope you're going to play a Shadows card with.
I will. Play Master Mindy.
Okay.
One-Eyed Willie. What movie's that from?
That would be the Goonies.
That is the Goonies. Thank you. Good job. I'm going to play Hobba Nobber.
It's one of the best movies ever. I would also get murdered if I did not know it was the Goonies at this point.
There you go. We'll play Ransack to steal one. And I'll discard a card. Ouchie. And I'll play Ransack again to steal one and discard.
Oh.
Did not do it again. And I will draw 5. And pass turn. At the end of my turn, I'll put 1,200 counters on him. Her.
Alrighty. I am going to call... Oh. Cross Purposes made both of them angry. Because it said, enrage 2 enemy creatures.
Gotcha. And they were the only 2 alive.
Yep. Untamed.
Okay.
Chonk.
Chonkers.
Play all tied up. Gain 1. If the tide is high, gain 1.
Oof.
Otherwise, raise the tide. Mookling's gonna fight, and Keyfrog's gonna trade with Master Mindy.
You really wanted your die back, didn't you?
Yeah. I will ready and draw 2.
Untamed. Flumph is going to kill there.
Okay.
Losing that.
There's one of them, unless you're going to put them on Gabuk.
No. Gabuk is going to swing there.
Okay.
Flumph. Fangtooth. End of my turn. Moopling. Drawing 2.
Okay. This deck doesn't seem to have much creature destruction. Logos. Going to play Forgive or Forget to archive 2 cards of different types from my discard pile. I'm going to archive All Tied Up, which is an action, and Keyfrog, which is a creature.
Not from the same house. That's too smart.
I'm going to play Theory or Conjecture, which I should have played first to archive the top 2 cards of my deck.
What were those?
It didn't work out for me, let's put it that way.
You don't have to tell me. I'm teasing.
And then I'm going to play Tidewarp. I'm going to play Mechabooey, which is a real good combo. Thank you for the follow, Dino Boy J. I'm going to play Old Gad. I will ready and draw 5.
So at the beginning of my turn, it changes.
At the start of my turn. The start of your turn, if the tide is high, your opponent raises the tide. Otherwise, you raise the tide. And this says at the start of each player's turn, if the tide is high for that player, they gain 1. So they happen in the same timing window. So I get to decide. So basically, this combination says I gain 1 at the beginning of my turn.
Understood. Okay.
This card also says I don't care what you do with the tide. I will get it on my, if you have the tide on your turn, I'm going to get it back for free.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate.
I think that deck has a Mollymawk or a Borrow. I can't remember which. I thought it did anyway. I think there's some artifact control in that one. Or maybe it's this one. It's not this one. So it must be that one. There's a lot of interesting artifacts tonight. Because that other deck has double static collection array.
Nice. Untamed. Chelonia.
Seems bad for me. Hopefully you've already played all your untamed creatures, but...
Do I only get it for untamed creatures?
No, you get it for all creatures.
Okay.
But I mean, like, on this turn, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm going to fight here.
Okay.
Fight there.
We're going to run out of power counters, Tom.
Reap. End of my turn, destroy, drawing 1.
Okay. So I'm choosing to trigger Mecha Buoy before I trigger Tide Warp. So trigger Mecha Buoy, then Tide Warp triggers. So you have the Tide, sir.
Okay.
Going to call Untamed and pick up the Archive. Play Ritual of Balance. Play Infighting.
To the right, correct?
Yep.
That worked.
Play Persistence Hunting. Calling Shadows. Play Key Frog. And then gonna play All Tied Up just for 1. Switch the tide. I will ready, check with 7, draw 1. This deck is crazy. Has good Unfathomable. Decent logos. This is a pretty good deck, Tom.
It's decent. Saurian.
So there is a third house.
Yes. Decadence. Exalt. Ready and use. Action.
Steal 2.
Consul Primus. Scalia.
Oh.
And Dino you didn't for just the pit. Yep, destroy an enemy creature with a pip on it.
Yep.
End of my turn.
Alrighty. Beginning of my turn, I have the tide. I'm going to trigger Mecha Buoy and then switch the tide.
That's awesome.
And then I forge.
It's unfortunate with the forging.
Mm-hmm. And I am going to call Unfathomable. Problem here is I think I need to take the tide. So I think I have to take chains this turn. So I'm gonna take the tide. 3 chains. And I'm gonna play Abandoned Ship.
What does that do?
Return a creature. If the tide is high, return 4 creatures to their owner's hands instead. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll leave Scylla out. I'm going to Call of the Void to exhaust Scylla. Play Photic Raider to capture 2. And then play Tomwa of the Glow. Already. Shed a chain and draw 4. Or draw 3. Because I have chains, so I'm only drawing up to 5. Pass turn.
I'll take the tide. Take 3 chains.
Yuck.
I will mug here. I will discard Monty Bank. Play Hobnobber.
I would play Monty Bank. You don't have to exalt him. And if you have... Oh, Fangtooth. Oh, you're getting rid of my Tomwa. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot about Fangtooth for a second.
Yep.
I was like, aside from the Fangtooth, Monty Bank is a good play in that deck because that deck can capture onto Monty Bank, and then you can action to steal.
Yep. That was the only thing I was going to do. I would have played it if I didn't have the Fangtooth.
Mm-hmm.
And Subtle Chain.
Discard a card at random. This is actually good for me because my hand is utter garbage at the moment.
How many cards do you have? You
5.
have 5.
Yeah. And it's bad, Tom.
I'm going to take that one.
Oh, that was the best card in my hand.
Yay. End of my turn. I'll destroy there.
Okay. Alrighty.
I don't shed a chain because I have 6.
Beginning of my turn, I will trigger Tide Warp first to raise the tide. Why isn't my Stream Deck working?
Is it plugged in?
It is.
Is it on the clapper?
It was working for that. But my tide's not working. Huh. Weird. Oh, sorry. Oh. There we go. Let's try it now. No, maybe.
Oh, Tide, where did you go?
Like that. Haha! I got it.
Yay.
Professionalism in streaming.
Good job.
Okay. So I have the tide, and then I will trigger Mecha Buoy to gain 1. I'm going to call Unfathomable, play Frigorific Rod, and check with 6. Shedding a chain, drawing 3. Hope you don't have a Shadows card in hand.
I think it's worth it.
Okay.
Because if I do that...
Oh yeah, because of Fangtooth. We'll just get hosed off of Fangtooth.
Or action to steal 2. And attorney dies.
Okay. Start of my turn, I gain 1. And then the tide switches. Unfathomable, Spark Fist, Wacolia. I'm going to Frigorific Rod to exhaust it in the Fangtooth Cavern. Because I can. Because it says I can. I will ready, shed the last chain, and draw 2. Saying sneaky check.
Sneaky check?
Because that'll trigger. I have 5, I'll have 6 before the forge step.
Untamed?
Sneaky check. That's a good question for people out there. Let us know if you actually announce when you have sneaky check. I like to, just, feels a little underhanded if I'm like, no, literally, if you don't deal with it, I'm going to forge. But I don't know.
Mookling.
Yeah, I'm not going to forge.
Flunk. Flunk. End of my turn.
Get Spark Fist.
Draw 2, shed a chain.
Okay. Cool beans. Didn't gain an amber. Started my turn. There. Trigger Tide Warp. Then do that. Aye. He's ready, right? Yep. I have the tide. I just do that. I wait. Okay, Untamed. Play Witch of the Dawn to return Key Frog. My hand. Play Deep Water. This deck has some amber generation going on. And then play Key Frog. Yep. Ready. Draw 3. Check with 8.
If I wipe the board, you forge for the Mookling amount, correct?
Correct. So I would, in fact, lose 2 amber.
Don't like it.
Yep. Yeah, thanks for that, Dino Boy. That's yeah.
Saurian. Crushing Charge.
Okay. So I forge for 8. So destroyed effects happen before things leave the table.
Rostrum. Vista. Discard Primus.
Should have played that. Oh, giving me an amber to gain one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Reap. Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you could have fought with a Flumph, you could have saved the Flumph.
Reap. End of my turn. Draw 5. And I stay at 2 chains because of the
Crushing Charge gave you
pressing
one.
charge.
Okay, start of my turn. Trigger Mecha Buoy. Trigger Tide Warp. So with the Witch, I really wanted to grab back Tomwa, but I didn't want to telegraph my next turn, which is good because I didn't draw into what I thought I was going to draw into. I thought I had a bunch of Unfathomable left, and I didn't, apparently. That's one of those things that when I'm playing, like, especially with something like Witch of the Dawn, Regrowth, if you grab something off-house, your opponent automatically is going,
He's pulling that.
yeah, I know.
He's got a fistful of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing next turn.
Yeah, I know it's coming, especially if you have an archive.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then you try to save it.
Static Charge on the Vita. Armadrone. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to discard Novu Archaeologist and Armadrone. It's not worth playing creatures. I can't Reap. Never going to kill the Scylla in time. And all I'm doing is just feeding your Fangtooth at this point. So I will draw 3, shuffle, and draw 1 more. Because I think the only Amber control in this deck is those 2 capture icons from Gilt Spine and the Mookling.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any burst out of you yet, so I'm hoping, I don't know, but I'm hoping that deck doesn't have a whole ton of burst. Oh, yeah, but you had those 2 Ransacks right at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, draw 1. Okay.
And I drew poorly with them. But that happens.
Mm-hmm. The Vita with those Rostrums is a pretty good combo, though.
Yeah. Yep. Reap. Reach advantage to put all 3 here. Into my turn. Fangtooth. Because the tide is high, I capture 3.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, raise the tide.
Correct. Draw 1, shed a chain.
Okay. Beginning of my turn. Let's do the Tide Warp again. And then gain 1.
That thing's crazy. That thing's gotten you so much amber.
I know.
And this thing has no...
And I got it so early. There's no... I could have swore there was a Mollymawk in there, but... A Mollymawk or a Borrow. Unfathomable. I think. Yeah. Gonna Rakazel's Chant to exhaust each creature if the tide is high.
Woohoo! You exhausted them all.
I'm going to double Frigorific Rod to exhaust both your Altruist Rostrums. Play Netcaster. Play Photic Raider. that's my turn. Draw 3. Pass turn. I actually think I could have played this better, but not if I draw like that. You can't play it better. Part of me thinks I should have discarded these two, because then when Scylla died, unless you played a creature. But we'll see how it turns out. Oh, these are ready.
Shadows. One-Eyed Willie. Walk the plank. You have amber, so I just steal one. Cement Shoes. Dealing 2 damage here. Since it killed it, I raise the tide.
That seems pretty good.
End of my turn, Fangtooth kills there. Draw 3, shed my last chain.
Okay. Start of my turn. I take the tide and then I gain 1 from the Tide Warp Shuffle.
Tide Warp Shuffle. We need to make a dance for that.
We do. I'm going to call Logos. Did you steal from me?
I did.
You did. You stole from me, Tom. You stole from me, Tom. Information exchange for 2. Can't believe that. I've never actually got that to fire before. It's always been like the turn later. I'm going to play Forgive or Forget to archive 2 cards of different types from my discard pile. I'm going to archive Information Exchange, which is an action, and Static Charge, which is an upgrade.
Nice.
I'm going to play Novu. I'm going to play Old Egad. I'm going to Theory or Conjecture. I think I play the top card of my deck right here because if it has a pip on it, I'm in Sneaky Check.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do. Play the top card. Call the Void. I'm going to exhaust One-Eyed Willa. I will ready and draw 5, saying Sneaky Check. This deck is actually kind of... I can see this deck like being one of 2 ways. If you don't get this early, I don't think you generate much amber against something that can keep your board clear. But I think if you get this early, it puts the opponent in such a bad situation.
Yeah.
Because, like, what do you take? If you take the Tide Warp, okay, like, half the time I'm still getting an amber.
Yeah.
If you take the Mecha Buoy, you're not doing much. Like, you have to get both of them.
Saurian. Here, there, here, there. High Priest. Reap. City State. End of my turn, Fangtooth kills there.
And wards the Archaeologist.
I draw 2 there. I gotta shuffle for 1 more.
You are in check. Does not do it. Oh my gosh. I gotta lose this game? Can I get there? Um, one short. I think I still no, because I gotta save that. So logos. Pick up my archive. Information exchange. Action to archive information exchange. Static charge. And Armadrone. Did I do the Tide Warp Shuffle? I had 5. You captured 3. I stole 1. So no, I didn't do the Tide Warp Shuffle. Because I should have been at 6, and you should have the Tide.
Should be at 5.
Or 5, yeah. I should be at 5. Yep. Okay. Draw 1. Sneak check. Oh, he's got an armor.
Too much amber. Too much free amber and no way of...
No borrow or mollymawk, huh?
Nope.
Okay.
I can steal 1, but you still get the free freaking amber.
I don't think there's anything tonight that deals with artifacts, then. This deck might run the table.
So I can put that all back. I can take that. I can kill that. I can get up to 9 amber. But I can't stop you.
I don't think you could have stopped that.
You wouldn't have been able to stop me before my next turn.
Well, right.
But you would have forged on your next turn regardless.
Yeah, because that was the thing. Like, I
can't stop that.
The only logos card I had in my hand was the Armadrone. But I knew I'd just tuck those 2, and then I drew this, and I was like, really?
Yeah, that thing's ornery.
Yeah, it definitely did work. That Tide Warp Mecha Buoy. Can you imagine if you had like 3 Mecha Buoys and a Tide Warp?
Jeez. Done.
You're just like, I'm gonna put you on a 6-turn clock right now.
And go.
Because that's what you were. You were just on a clock the whole game. There wasn't...
You get too much free amber. I could steal it. I even had steel in this one, but I just... When you run out of steel, you're just done.
Okay, so Fanguppy wins. Now it is NS versus Poria.
And This is the one you crushed everyone with, the one you're playing?
The one I'm playing, yeah. I've played this Dark Tidings deck more than I've played any other time. Or any other. I'm not saying it's good. I am saying that it has done surprising things. Yeah, if you'd managed to keep me off that turn, though.
You still could have won with the...
Right, I'm just saying, like... It's a shame that your city-state couldn't wait a turn. Because with High Priest Torvis plus city-state...
Well, you had too much free amber. It was just, like, done. That's a nice one.
Which one?
Too bad I don't think this has any upgrades. Matter Maker.
Oh yeah, no, that's a terrible Matter Maker deck.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I was like, I don't remember pulling a deck with... Oh, that's right. It's kind of like...
upgrades.
I have a Mass Mutation one that has 2 of the Matter Makers. And it has 3 upgrades.
Yeah.
And they aren't good upgrades. they're kind of mediocre upgrades.
I guess the creatures as upgrades is not too bad. But...
Table flip does work every time. That's how you win. It's consistent winning. Flip the table. But if their keys accidentally and land forge side up, then you've lost. Tails. Let's switch it up. I'll keep. Logos. Hold a gab. Go ahead.
Urine. Alms Master. Light Everlasting.
Unfathomable. Under pressure.
What does that say?
This creature cannot ready. Velucanth. Guilt Spine. Fought a Crater to capture 1 onto Oldigad. Ready, draw 4.
Sanctum. Hammergram with a draw icon. Reap for 2. Reap. Draw none because of the draw icon.
Okay. Unfathomable. Unstun. Going to Bubbles. This Alms Master. Reap with Guilt Spine to exhaust that Alms Master. Reap with Photic Raider. Ready. Draw one, pass turn.
Star Alliance. Colonist Chapman. Scott. Selective. 2, 3, 4.
So
1, 5, 6.
okay.
Ambervac.
Raise the Tide.
And draw 3.
Okay. Shadows. Scooped. Colonist Chapman, deal 2. If it is not destroyed, it captures 1 from its own side. Then I'm going to mug Colonist Chapman with a draw icon, so I draw. Going to Blatant Thievery, has a draw. Enrage Scott. I'm going to play a Freebooter Fey to raise the tide. We'll check with 7 and draw 2.
Sanctum. Alms Master is going to kill here.
Okay.
Take 3. Deploy Alms Master. Drawing 1.
Okay. Unfathomable. Guilt Spine, Flame Gill, Bubbles Scott, Reap Reap, exhausting both your Alms Masters. Ready, draw 3, check with 8.
I don't know that this is going to be close. This doesn't have any removal. Witch of the Dawn, pinging there.
Velucanth is insane. It's just so good
Get back your
in this set. I think it'll do badly against other sets for the most part, but I think in Dark Tidings versus Dark Tidings, Velucanth is insanely good. Because getting rid of a 6-power creature is almost impossible.
Yeah. The fittest. Draw 2.
Forge for 6. Unfathomable. Reap with Velucanth. Exhaust these 3. Reap with Guilt Spine. Exhaust the Youngest Bear. Reap, reap. Reap for 3 more. Ready. Check with 7. Draw none. Pass turn. Oh. Flip my key because I forged.
Yeah, when you forge every time and put my guys away every time, it's like, what can you do? Static Ray. Matter Maker. Take the Tide. Walmart and Scott. Draw 3. Shed Chain.
Okay. Do not forge. Going to call Logos. How can I do this? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Oldigad is going to Oligad's going to fight this Alms Master. Dies. Ward, ward. Play Hydra Cataloger. Information exchange. Positron Bolt there. He'll only take 1. And they'll take 1. I removed the armor already. Mind Bullets for 4. Which should board wipe you. Takes 4, dies, ward, ward, takes 4. I'm going to take the Tide. archive the top from Hydra Cataloger. Ready, shed a chain, draw 3. Check with 11. You do not forge because of static collectionary.
Witch of the Dawn. Returning Witch of the Dawn. Here.
Expect you to kill him.
Well, I don't have...
All you got left is the youngest bear, I think.
Yeah. Go ahead and kill him. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. Now you need to return a creature from that one's play effect. That deck has 3, so... And only one of them's not enhanced.
Play Waste Not. Destroying here. That was why. Put him back. I'm so sorry. That was why. Put him back. He should have 4 damage.
Yep.
That was the pit.
Yep.
Destroying there. Drawing 2 cards. I knew there was a reason.
Oh, because you got the 3rd witch.
Yep. Play Witch. Get it back. Play the Witch. Pip. Now I gotta find a different creature. Get back Walmart. Play Youngest Bear. I'm at 5, so I'll shed to 1.
Okay.
Oh, take the Tide.
Okay. And you archive the top one because of Hydra Cataloger. Oh, and he gets super mad at you taking the Tide. I mean, Logos, Bilge Warden, take the Tide, Hydra Cataloger, archives the top, Infomorph, and Data Forge. Don't forge, but I get the pip. Check with 6. Shed chain, draw 3.
Forge for 7. Star Alliance. Static Collection Array. Walmart. Take the Tide.
Take the Tide first and then play Walmart.
Oh, take the Tide, then play Walmart. I draw 1 and shed to 6 chains.
Okay.
And archive the top card.
Don't forge. And that doesn't do me anything. So Unfathomable. Did you archive the top from taking the tide?
I did.
Okay. Unfathomable. Take the tide. Viewers beware, this is the only time I suggest you do something this dumb, is when it's the end of the game. Do not change the tide this often unless you're either going to lose or going to win. Don't take the chains. It's a bad, bad trade. Because I'm about to do something real dumb. Nope. Take the tide. I get to archive the top, which I did not do. Archive. Reap, reap. Flamegill is going to kill Walmart. Trading.
Can't stop.
Oh man, I was gonna play Abandoned Ship to get back my Bubbleses, and then I was gonna tidal wave your creatures, and I was gonna play my Bubbleses.
Not even.
It wouldn't have mattered if you had 10 creatures out, Tom. They all would have been on top of your deck or in your hand.
Mookling was the bottom, second from the bottom.
I had archived.
Didn't matter.
First I archived Hard Simpson. Then I archived Hornswoggle. Then I archived Sea Urchin. And I had Looter, Pillage, and Blatant Thievery in my hand.
It's a pretty good free archive.
Yeah.
Terrible.
We didn't even see the dead man's chest. Or my Chronophage, or my Edie with 2 capture pips.
That deck is gonna go winless.
You think it's gonna go winless?
Oh, it was terrible.
It did not look fun from this side, to be honest with you. I think those Static Collection, 2 of them looks fun, but I think that it's bad. Okay, what do we got now? That was NS. Now I get to play that deck, and you get to play.
So you circled the first. Oh, you won both games.
Yep.
Yep. I forgot you won right at the end.
That first game was close. Now I get to play this one, Tom. So, yeah, not looking forward to this. I know what that deck does.
Let's see if
It's not fun for me. Where ya? Okay. Interesting.
Good fun.
I have a feeling that the 5th match is going to be the one to watch. Because that'll be Fang Guppy versus NS. Both the ones that just won.
Well, that first deck I played of yours is not bad at all.
No, it's
got some shenanigans in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's got some steel.
I think if you hadn't had those first 2, the 2 ransacks.
Yeah, right at the beginning.
Right at the beginning.
I held him the first turn because I did.
Yeah.
I had to let you get a little amber, but you only had 2 amber, so it didn't matter what I flipped.
Well, and I don't think this one has any speed compared to everything else. Everything else is packing some decent speed. Because the Waste Not in this does not equal enough, and the Star Alliance doesn't seem to have any of the good go-fast stuff. You know, where's the 2 Diplomatic Gungs that it really needs? I guess it does have 1, but...
I drew it right there at the end, but it was like... I barely forged that key.
And the Pester... This one... This deck won handily. This is that Pester Grove deck that I just put out, and everything you had was enraged, and you were like, I can't do anything. But I think that shows some of the problems with Dark Tidings is it's terribly inconsistent, it feels, compared to other
It just depends on
sets.
if you draw it. And if you have some deck or artifact tails.
Heads. Yeah, the no artifact control is going to give that deck a pretty good keep time in this pod.
keep as well.
Sanctum. You're in.
Static Charge. Isotropic Core. Arealis. Draw 3.
Sanctum. Lady Lorena. Larry of the Lake. Sir Beaver. Playlight Everlasting. Take the Tide. Reap for 4. 1 for the Reap and then 3 for the armor. Because he gets +2 from Larry, so he's got 3 armor total.
Yep.
Ready. Shed a chain. Draw 3.
Well, this is over. That is not good.
Thanks, Dino Boy. Have a good one.
Have a good night.
Thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated.
I don't know if I burn. Take the Tide. Crucible's chant. Exhaust everyone. Tano's Glow. Draw 1. Shed a chain.
Untamed. Mookling. Eldespair. Witch of the Dawn for the pip. I check with 6. Ready. Shed chain, draw 3. Yeah, all the Sanctum was in my starting hand. So, like, what do you do? It's like that game we played at that release event for Dark Tidings when you were like, Urian, Larry, Reap for 5. You can't kill it. It makes life difficult. These static collection arrays were shieldulators. This deck would be nutso.
Well, if you can drop 4 Sanctum with double taunt on that guy and armor, it's game over on any deck.
Yeah, unless you have the board wipe in hand right then and there.
I need to mill, but I can't mill. The static charge does nothing because you got so much freaking armor. Take 1 more turn and you still freaking get to check on turn 2. Reap.
You're going to draw 1 card.
Exhaust there.
You draw 2 cards. the tide is high. Draw a card for each exhausted creature. Well, Tom was exhausted, so... Yep. Oh, exhausted enemy creature, so you only draw one. Sorry, my bad.
Abandoned ship. I just drew that.
Okay.
Return here. Tide's high, return 4 creatures. It doesn't say may.
Nope, does not.
Here. That's that there. There.
3.
Return a creature to its owner's hand. And here.
4.
And I'll play him again. I'm at 5. I will shed to 1 chain.
Okay. I will forge. Starlance. Static collection array. Might be a mistake. Mutagenesis researcher.
She's just the one that gives everybody...
Yep. Oh, wait, hold on. Diplomatic Gung. That's Starlance. Mutagenesis researcher. Lieutenant Volmart. Eldespair is now in the center. And Starlance. Going to fight here. Before fight I gain 2. And the Assault 3 kills it. Well, ready. Shed my last chain and draw 1. There it is.
Untamed. Discard Chonkers. Witch of the Dawn. Get Chonkers. Play it there. Deepwater Gruin. Ritual Balance. Draw 4. Shed my last chain.
Okay. Sanctum. Marshal Ewer to raise the tide. Hammergram, drawing a card, and smacking down I think we do that. Play Urian and Larry. Lady Lorena reaps. Sir Beaver reaps. I will say check with 5 because of static collection array. Ready. Draw 4 and pass turn.
Logos. Take the tide. He's gonna fight here.
Okay.
Killing.
Oh,
her.
right. Yep.
Yep.
Because you took the tide.
Yep. Taking 3. Forgive or forget. Archiving 2 of 2 different kinds. Crucible's Chant and Tonkawanka. Action and a creature.
Mm-hmm.
Oldegod. Theory and Conjecture to play the top card. Keelspine. I will draw 3 and shed a chain.
Okay. I am going to call Untamed, I think. Yep. Untamed. Play Witch of the Dawn as a pip. Return your into my hand. It's the only creature in my discard pile. Play Reaper Sow to give Mutagenesis Researcher 3+1 power counters. And then I'm going to Waste Not
To draw 3.
to draw 3. The pip dies. Draw 3. Eldest Bear is now in the center. Is going to fight Guiltspine Netcaster. Assault it down, but before fight I gain 2. Mookling just reaps. And I'm going to play Chalonia. I will ready. Draw none. Check with 10. Pass turn. There's more room that way.
Untamed. Chonker's gonna... Witch of the Dawn's gonna swing at Chelonia. Chonker's gonna kill him. Because I have to. Because you're running away with this thing.
Just gets 1. It doubles each time.
Oh.
So next time it'll get 2 and then
Gotcha.
4.
Unstun. Ritual Balance. Key Frog. All tied up. For 2. Draw 2. Shed a chain.
Okay, I will forge for 7. I am going to call Store Alliance. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to start with Biome Discovery. If the tide is high, you may look at the top card, 2 cards, otherwise raise the tide. Sorry, I need to sequence this turn. So that's okay that I did that. Sixes. Oh, that's why, because I was going to capture on the Lady Lorena. I was just making sure there were no other 6s. Reap with Diplomatic Gung, making Eldest Bear Star Alliance. Eldest Bear is going to fight and kill. 1, 2. The Deepwater Grown with assault damage, gaining 2 before the fight.
And he has Hazardous 1.
Oh, right. So I take 1.
And you've been fighting all my people, and we've been forgetting it.
He's fought 3 times. There we go.
Yep.
Walmart's gonna reap. Making your keys cost 11. Play Selective Preservation. Each power value. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These die. And all yours die. Play Kirker. Oh, wait. Play Scott. That's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Play Kirker. Check with 7. I currently need 5 because of Static Collection Array. Draw 4, pass turn. Keyforge for 9. Mookling's gone. Died in the board wipe.
Take the tide. Unfathomable, picking up my archive. Frigorific Rod. Photogrator. Tonawa. Horrid. Kiri. Draw 3. Shed to 3.
Okay. Starlance. Mattermaker.
And this is the difference in not getting that combo out.
Mm-hmm. Play Colonist Chapman. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Discard Static Collection Array. Don't play Colonist Chapman. Discard Static Collection Array. Reap. Sorry, I keep like losing count. 4, 4. Reap. Already got that Amber. Making this Star Alliance. Kill Tomwa of the Glow. Take 1. Gain 2. Reap a bunch more. It's also the difference between having 4 creatures in your starting hand. Because that's the thing about Sanctum. I don't think Sanctum's bad in sealed Dark Tidings. Because in Archon you're picking something with a board wipe. Like this, the way we do it is kind of like sealed.
Yeah.
In the fact that you don't get to pick a deck that has 3 board wipes.
No.
If you'd had a solid board wipe turn 3, that would have been a completely different game probably. Because you may have been able to keep a creature and generate some amber, whereas you were just consistently behind trying to stop
I had
one of 3 combos I had.
Yeah. Well, I had 3 and 3, so I felt pretty confident with my opening hand, but when you drop 4 Sanctum and 2 of them are taunt, it's like, the whole deck goes to crap.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Pori wins. 4th match. I'm on Contive. And you're on NS. Which is the only hope for a 3-0.
Well, this seems to be the only deck that's going to give me a chance to win, so I haven't won yet. Wow, this deck has shadows.
The deck, I played a lot of shadows out of that deck. Those Blatant Thieveries and those mugs were...
Yeah, you get those out. Oh, you played Scooped on me too.
Yeah. No, that's...
Trickle Down, you didn't.
No, I didn't see Trickle Down.
Dead Man's Chest, Looter Pillage.
So the combo in that is to play Dead Man's Chest when you have almost no creatures down. And then, since Logos in that has actually quite a few creatures, you drop a bunch of creatures and then Mind Bullets or Final Analysis. And basically you just... Especially with Final Analysis, you want to have like 4 or 5 creatures and them to have like 2 or 3. And then you Final Analysis. And then you get a draw 3 or 4. You gain 4 Amber. And it just snowballs from there. That deck's actually very good with Dead Man's Chest.
In Dead Man's Chest, you have to destroy them, or...
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Destroy 6 creatures, and it has to be ready, so it can't be on the turn.
Okay.
Initially, I really like that deck because it has a phase shift, and I was thinking that you could phase shift in the Dead Man's Chest and then final analysis. Because Dead Man's Chest has a
Final
pip,
analysis.
so destroy each creature,
Draw a card.
their controller draws a card for each creature.
And it doesn't matter if it's your creatures you destroy. It's just 6 creatures.
Yeah, it's just 6 creatures.
Okay.
Because there have been times, because that Shadows has a lot of removal too, there have been times that I've like played it and done the 2 damage on something else. I think that versus the Fang Guppy will be good because the Fang Guppy has double Frigorific Rods. And I think that Dead Man's Chest says it has to be ready.
Oh, just keep it exhausted until you're ready. I don't think there's any...
There's double infighting. That's it.
Which really will do it. Tails.
What is this? See, I'm telling you, that's... Does it say it has to be ready?
Put chest on... After 6 or more creatures are destroyed in turn, ready and move 6... No?
Really? If Dead Man's Chest is ready, move each amber from Dead Man's Chest. So it has to be ready.
Oh.
I'm also not keeping.
Oh, way up there. Oh, okay.
This is a very good turn 1 play. And then I could drop this and do like some Reap shenanigans.
Yeah.
But I just feel like there's better... I don't want the Ransacks this early. I think the reason this deck lost to that deck was the Ransack problem.
It was close.
I think you don't want to see the Shadows in this deck until you have 12 cards left, and you want that top card to be a Ransack, and it to be the only one you draw. And then you can steal 12 Amber.
It's double Ransack. You want both of them in your hand.
I don't care if both of them are in my hand, Dom. I just want one. I just want one chance to steal 11 Amber.
Well, you want to roll them, double cycle them. So you're stealing, and that way when you run out, you double cycle them.
Oh, yeah. You need a draw icon for that, but that would be nice.
No, you don't need them. Like I had. So then that way when you hit a Logos in the middle of all your shadows.
Oh, right, yeah.
That way you can keep the combo rolling. Shadow, Shadow, Shadows, Logos, or Untamed, whatever's in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, draw 6. Wow. Just wow. Untamed, Chelonia. Draw 1. It's not low, it's neutral, sorry.
Yeah. Raise the Tide. Chronophage. Infomorph. Draw 2.
This is interesting. Shadows. Play Mug. Play One-Eyed Wella. Go ahead.
Tidal wave. The tide's high. Destroy both of those.
And I raise the tide.
Yep. Sink or swim. Your opponent discards a random card from their hand.
Oh no. Thank you for actively helping my game plan, Tom. Reach advantage.
Bubbles. Draw 3, should have chain.
Saurian. Crushing charge.
What's that do?
You destroy each creature with power 4 or lower. House Druis. Draw 2, shed my chain. You're lucky you dropped that Chronophage, is all I have to say. You also haven't generated any amber. I was going to steal a whole bunch of amber and gain a whole bunch with Chelonia. So,
Flamegill, Reap. Draw 1, shed my last chain.
cool. Shadows. Sea Urchin, Tide's High. Steal 1. Walk the plank. You have 1, so I steal it. Master Mindy. Gets a counter. End of my turn. Draw 4.
Logos, 3, 2, 1. Hydra Cataloger. Draw 3.
Untamed. Mookling. Youngest Bear. Deepwater Grove. Draw 3. Pass turn.
Unfathomable. Take the tide. Archive. Under pressure. Volcath. Guilt Swine. Bubbles will kill here. Reap. Draw 2. Shed a chain.
Untamed. Kabuk. Flumph. These two are going to trade with Velucanth. Or no. Run into Velucanth. Reap. I'll make you deal with that. Check with 6. Draw 2. There we go.
He doesn't ready.
All right.
Scooped. Two damage there. Blatant Thievery. Here. Blatant Thievery. Here. Dead Man's Chest. Capture one here. Draw 4, shed a chain.
Okay. Untamed. Gubbuck is going to trade with Bubbles. Destroyed effect. Discard the top card. Goes in. Flumph is going to kill Guilt Spine. Give Charybdis 2+1 power counters. I'm going to play Thin the Herd. Shuffle in the 4 least powerful creatures into their owner's decks. So 2, 3, 6, 6. It's a shame I couldn't destroy more creatures there, Tom.
It's a shame.
Had to settle with making sure there weren't 6 creatures.
It was a shame. Got rid of 2.
Well, 2 yours and 1 of mine, so 3.
Yep. Halfway there.
Mm-hmm. But we're living on a prayer, so. Check with 6, draw 1. Faster. Keyforge.
Logos, picking up my archive. That was unfortunate. Eddie. Archiving there. Drawing one. Passing turn.
Saurian. Altruist Rostrum. High Priest Torvis. I know you didn't, to destroy an enemy creature with amber on it. Sila. Reap. Check with 8. Ready. Draw 4.
Shadows, Blatant Thievery, Enraging here, drawing a card. Trickle Down Theory, Free Booster, draw 3.
Okay. Forge for 6. Saurian. Council Primus. Charybdis is going to kill Freebooter Fae. Reap with Torvis. Choosing not to... maybe I do choose to exalt. What do I do here? Yeah, I will exalt. Next action I play this turn, I can return it to my hand instead of putting it in my discard pile. And I will reap with Sila. I will ready and draw 1. Pass turn.
Unfathomable, picking up my archive. Abandon ship to return all 4 to your hand.
Cool.
Volcath, Photic Raider to capture 1.
Yep, I was getting there.
3, sorry.
Capture 1.
Here. 2 on it. And draw 2.
Okay. Untamed. Discard Assert Dominance. Play Fangtooth Cavern. End of turn, they're tied. I'm going to kill Velucanth.
They are tied.
Draw none past turn.
Oh, Fangtooth.
Flip your key.
You heartless bitch. Shadows. Sea Urchin to steal 1. Hornswoggle. Yep. That's the move one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Move it there. And draw 1 and shed my last chain.
Shadows. Discard One-Eyed Willa. Discard Hobnobber. Ransack. End of turn, kill Sea Urchin. Draw 1.
There we go. Shadows. Mug. Draw icon. Do 2 damage. Draw a card. 5. Pass turn.
Saurian. Charybdis. Scylla. Consul Primus. Going to Decadence. To Exalt, Ready, and Reap. Moving this there. Discard High Priest Torvis and Magister Vita. I'm going to take the tide. Archiving the top from Hydra Cataloger. Draw 5, end of turn, kill Photic Raider, who is now only a 2 power because I have the tide. Check with 6. Really kind of sucks having to play a deck that relies on creatures against a deck that really, really hates them.
Yeah. Trickle down.
To gain 1.
Gain 1. Old God. Data Forge. Phase Shift. Guilt Spine. Take the Tide, I don't think that matters. Archiving. Mind Bullets for 5.
Okay. I should have showed that chain.
Draw 4 and shed 2 chains.
Forge.
Played a lot of cards. Didn't kill very much because those boys are big.
Yes, they are.
Still wouldn't have got there though. Even if I would have.
Nope, you wouldn't have. Shadows. Play Monty Bank. Play Subtle Chain. Discard a random card from your hand. Play Ransack. Steal one. Really just a mill, because there aren't any left. Shed a chain. Draw 2. Shuffle and draw 1 more. Killing Monty Bank after I draw. Because that's the way Fangtooth works.
Logos picking up my archive. You just stole from me, so information exchange to steal 2. Discard Bilge Warden. And I will draw 2 and shed a chain. Check.
I am going to call Saurian. Play Magister Vita. Play City State Interest. Doesn't matter for the one on Vita, so I'm not even going to bother. 2 reaps. Dies. Gonna Altruist. Oh, wait. I can Altruist that over. So, play. Use Altruist to move it. Then at the end of turn it dies. Shed my last chain, draw 2.
Unfathomable. Bubbles to move him. Call of the Void. Oh, it doesn't know.
That's an action.
Yeah. Flame Gill. Draw 3. Shed my last chain. Maybe.
Okay. Shadows. Take the Tide. Archive. Wait. Oh. I'm going to take the Tide, but everything's like it is. I have not archived that. I'm going to play Cement Shoes to kill my Charybdis. Killing Charybdis raises the Tide and archives that. Then I don't have to take chains. Then we're going to see if I can actually stop you. Ransack. Steal. Nope. That's a lot of Saurian. One more. One more and I would have stopped you. Too good of a shuffler, apparently.
Would you have gotten into check?
Yeah.
Nice.
But I needed a Shadows card, and
Yeah.
that wasn't going to happen, apparently.
Neither one of us got one Shadows off of either one of those. Either time we
Nope,
played.
that's the problem with Ransack. Okay.
Right.
NS is going to advance, and Contive is out. Now it's NS versus Fanguppy. I don't know who's going to win this match. This is kind of wondering if playing around that Dead Man's was the wrong call, but at the same time, Tom went entirely through his deck, and I did not see the final analysis at all. So he had to have, yep, he was holding it. It was either in his archive or he was holding it the whole game. So I couldn't really play into it like I wanted. So yeah, I don't know who's gonna win this one. I think this deck has slightly more Amber control, but I think that deck has more Amber generation. So I think this is one of those that could either come down to a nail biter or be a complete blowout. I think this is one or the other. I think this set will show why Dark Tidings probably isn't everybody's favorite set.
Well, it depends on if you get 5 Sanctum every time.
That's what I'm saying. These decks are fairly close, but
That's what you were saying when I was gone?
yep.
Yeah, it's very difficult. First one to a board, usually. There's not a whole lot. I was holding final analysis there at the end because I thought I might have to whip out the board wipe to draw, but we didn't have big deck or big boards on that one because he was scared of giving me the 4 amber, and I didn't want to give him the 4 amber, but it is what it is. That's part of playing around a deck. We've all done it. You've all done it, I'm sure. You play around a gateway, or you play around a huge card that you know's in the set. Like if someone's got a too much to protect, you don't go to 12 amber. It's the same thing. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but that's as soon as I played that, Clay wiped out half my board, and I was like, I had the mind bullets, but I could not get a Logos turn to go. I couldn't get it. I kept getting 2/2/2s over and over. There at the end, I think the rest of my deck must have been Logos because I did not see, and I had to play the Edie, or I call it Eddie because I have a brother named Eddie, but I played the Eddie because I had to keep him off of a key. It was only one turn, but it still kept him off of a key with the 2 capture and obviously the archived card. But it's maddening. I couldn't get it the Logos, and then I actually got a 5 Logos turn to play with the phase shift, but it didn't kill anything because you had those big guys. Those 7 creatures are hard to kill in this set, and that's one of my biggest dislikes of this set is the big creatures. Unless you have big creatures, the big creatures are hard to kill in this set. And Clay and I have talked about it, but it's just a little maddening. If he's got his 7 guys out, unless he's got something out there.
Did you cut?
I did cut. That's why I left him kind of weird. I was telling everyone while you were gone that I had the mind bullets right when I dropped that, but I couldn't get I played 4 other houses that when I dropped all those Unfathomable, I drew up and I got 2 Unfathomable and 2 of the other house, and I was like, come on. The rest of my deck was all Logos.
Right.
And
you'd been holding that final analysis for, I don't know.
Yeah.
There at the end of the game, you've been holding it for how many turns?
3.
4. Because you'd
turns.
shuffled.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know he's got it. That's why I was playing the way I was.
Well, that's what I told them, is I was saving it in case I needed to draw up extra, but then we were both scared of giving each other the 4 amber. So we were both short.
And it kind of killed the... Hi, sweetie.
Hi, sweetie.
It kind of killed this deck because the Saurian in this...
Wants a big board.
Is all creature.
Yeah.
Like, if I could have dropped those 5 Saurian creatures I had in my hand and left them on the board for 2 turns, you would have lost the game.
Oh, yeah. Easy. Well, that's why when I drew that card, I was like, oh, thank you. Get to bounce 4 of them.
Yeah, and then you bounced them right when I was ready to do the city-state and reap with Torvis to keep the city-state and just be like, okay, take the 4 amber. I'll just capture all of it and you can't kill my Saurians.
No, because I have nothing else in that deck to do anything with Tails.
That was a terrible flip, but...
It bounced a little to help you.
Yeah. It went over once. So I don't know how this matchup's going to go. I think it's either going to be... I mean, it sounds dumb, but it's going to be really close, or one of us is going to get the draw and just win. The question is this the draw? Is this the way?
I'm going to keep.
What does that deck want to do?
It wants to take a nap. And I apologize to you all for being so low energy.
It's Tom's busy time of the year.
I could take a nap at 4 in the evening and just sleep till morning. I'm like, this morning my alarm went off and my wife was smacking me like lightly in the forehead for me to shut my alarm off. And I was like, you shut it off. And we have a king-size bed. And she's like, I am not getting up and walking around the bed to shut off your alarm. And I was like, You can't make me. It's like, I'm not doing. You can't. You're not big enough.
I'm gonna keep this. I'll keep this and see how it plays out.
Okay. I'm gonna play Theory or Conjecture and archive the top 2.
Okay.
And that was decent for an archive.
Trying to remember what that deck wants to do.
It wants to let me win.
So I'm going to do something stupid because I think that this play will ultimately be okay.
Okay.
Logos. Chronophage, go.
Blah.
I think it's early enough that a chronophage was okay even if you have the removal. But we'll see. This is why you do not invest emotions into your decks until you know whether they're good or not. I like this deck. I really, really, really want it to win. I really, really, really want it to go 3-0.
Is that one 2-0 right now?
It's 2-0 right now.
Oh, this is your good deck.
Mm-hmm.
Frigorific Rod.
It has Omega.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yep. I was just getting my pip.
Okay.
I get my pip, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me my pip.
Alrighty. Unfathomable. Under pressure.
What is that? It doesn't...
It cannot ready.
Nice.
Felucanth. And then I'm going to sink or swim to make you discard a card from your hand.
Oh, this could be
Come on.
game ending.
I've been watching a lot of Cobra Kai lately. A lot of Cobra Kai.
I hope you've missed some poop.
Channel Mr. Miyagi. Come on.
It's one of the orange ones.
It's that one. No.
Yes. Thank you.
No. No. Okay, ready? Draw 3. No.
Unfathomable. Frigorific Rod here.
Okay.
Call of the Void to destroy it.
And I lose 1. Dang it.
Spark Fist. I had to take a downturn to do it, but
It's okay.
it's okay. It's better than what it could have been.
Shadows. Freebooter Fae. Raise the Tide.
Still think you're saying that wrong.
Free Booty Fae.
It's much funner the other way.
Sea Urchin, steal 1 because the tide's high.
Yep.
Blatant Thievery. Make Sparkfist mad. Blatant Thievery to make Sparkfist madder. What do you think it says, Tom?
Oh, I was reading this. I know
Oh.
you're saying it right. I was just teasing.
How do you say it?
No, free booter.
Free booty?
I would just say free booty, just to be funny. I was just reading this.
Ready? Draw 4, pass turn. Super mad.
So angry. Get over here. I keep having to take downturns here.
All I have to say to you people is, we might not be a big stream, but my wife voluntarily watches us. So
That's so sweet. My wife's making cowboy candy, so she is not watching me. She's making nuclear cowboy candy. Which has the
habaneros.
Yeah.
Guess who's buying some habanero cowboy candy from Tom?
I'll bring you a jar.
You're the best, Tom.
Buy it. Jeez, I keep having to take turns off here because that stupid crap you're doing here. All right. Untamed, picking up my archive. Infighting.
Capturing.
Yep. And
Dies.
infighting again.
Dies.
All tied up to raise the tide. Draw one, pass turn.
Shadows. Trickle down theory to raise the tide.
Jeez.
Loot or pillage to steal one.
You've gotten every freaking Shadows card you
Reap.
own.
Steal. Ready. Draw two.
Information exchange. Steal two. Old God. Armadrone. Static charge. Tide warp.
Let's do the tide warp again.
5. You're getting blown up over there. I can't turn on the stream. My phone is like 1%.
Okay. Logos. Information exchange.
So stupid.
Storm counter. Data Forge. Data Forge. Oldigad. And then Mind Bullets for 4. Should wipe the board. Discard final analysis. Sad, but it had to be done. Ready, draw 5, check with 7.
You're crushing me.
At the beginning of your turn, you take the tide. Let's do the tide warp again.
Logos. Mechabui.
Okay. It's got real.
Forgive or forget.
It's got real.
Can I see your discard?
Yep. Fortunately for me, all the good stuff's in my hand.
Lovely. Archiving.
In action. Not in action.
Called Void.
In action.
So many actions in here. And I'm gonna do static charge again. And
Okay.
upgrade. And I will draw 2. Sorry, that took too long.
Nope, you're good. I will forge. I'm going to call Shadows.
Jeez.
Play Blatant Thievery.
How is that possible?
Only played 6 Shadows cards. I'm over halfway through my deck. Play Blatant
You've played
Thievery.
7.
Get the pip, draw a card.
And I'm sure you have more shadows in your hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Play Mug. Get the pip. Draw a card.
And why are you drawing?
Because they have enhancements.
Oh, I'm like, why are you drawing?
Hornswoggle. Your Frigorific Rod to exhaust your Tide Warp. Play Scooped.
It doesn't exhaust. It's just being silly.
Yeah, basically I was exhausting your Frigorific Rod. Then I will ready and draw 2.
A green one from Mecha Buoy.
And then I get the Tide.
Yep.
Ooh. Play creature, Tom. Play creature, Tom. Tom, play creature. Tom, please play creature. If you were my friend, you'd play creature, Tom. Tom's not my friend, everybody. He won't play creature. I wasted my mug and my scooped. I mean, come on, just play some creatures. There we go. Unfathomable.
Did you want me to say it out loud?
What?
Unfathomable?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm calling House Unfathomable.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to play Boobles. And I am going to put Carry Guiltspine back on top of your deck. What's that one?
That one's Guilt Spine, too. I was like, I know I played 2 of them.
I'm going to play Flamegill Enforcer. I'm going to play Abandon Ship. Get me the pip. And return 4 because the tide is high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to play Boobles and put Tom One of the Glow on top of your deck. I'm going to play Flamegill Enforcer. I'm going to check with 6 and draw 3. Boobles. You get that and the tide. At the beginning of your turn. Boobles.
Unfathomable, picking up my archive. It's not even close. Frigorific Rod to exhaust here.
Okay.
Call of the Void to destroy it. Abandoned Ship. Guilt Spine there. Draw none, pass turn.
Okay. Logos. Use trickle down theory first to gain 1 because you have 6 or more.
Mm-hmm.
Play Hydra Cataloger. Play Infomorph. Play Bilge Warden. That gives me the Tide. Archive the top. Wait, hold on. Don't play Bilge Warden yet. Oh yeah, never mind. We're good. Play Edie. Capture. And archive. Right? Yep. Play Phase Shift. Play Dead Man's Chest. Gain 1. Capture. Put 4. Ready. Draw 6. Check with 8.
I'm not even going to forge a key. Take the Tide.
Oh, yeah, you gain 1.
Get a pip. Archive. Since that's before my turn, I can pick that up.
Correct.
Unfathomable picking up my card. Or my archive. Frigorific Rod. Exhausting here. Reap here. Exhausting there. Horde's gonna kill there.
Okay, we'll take 3.
Tanwa. Draw none.
Okay. Forge. Pick up my archive. Call Unfathomable. Bubbles. Tom on top. Bubbles. Put Guilt Spine on top. Play Guilt Spine. Play Photic Raider. Capture 1 from the enhancement onto Bubbles. And capture 2. Play Call of the Void on Horrid Sign-In to exhaust it. Shoot, I messed up. Oh well, can't take it back. No taking things back. Play Tidal Wave for the pip.
What's that do?
If the tide is high, destroy a creature in each of its neighbors. Your opponent raises the tide. But since the tide's not high, it just gives me a pip. Draw 1, shuffle, and draw 3 more. My mistake was I didn't use trickle-down theory.
Static charge. Take the tide.
Archive the top.
Theory or conjecture to play.
You didn't gain your 1 at the beginning of your turn. So you need to have 1 more in your pool.
Yeah, I did. I had 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did when I changed the tide for you. Oh.
Wait, you should have.
gained 1.
Weren't you at 7 last turn?
No.
Okay, you checked with 8.
Yeah. Check
Okay.
8. Then you took all that.
Yeah, I took 3.
Theory or conjecture to play my top card. And Australis. Draw 2. Shed a chain.
Draw 3. Yep. I'm sorry, I was getting there.
No worries. I was just trying to help.
Thank you.
You got a lot more going on than me. I haven't forged a key yet.
3. So 1. Puzzle time. First, I'm going to use that because I always forget. Drill down theory. Gain 1. Now, what am I calling? Oh my gosh, is it really that close? Okay.
It's 2 keys and 5 amber.
No. I'm talking about the math in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're going to play it out. There was 1 creature destroyed this turn because at the beginning of my turn, Photic Raider died to static charge. And this says, after 6 or more creatures are destroyed in a turn, to the active player's pool. Okay. So that was 1. This Bubbles is going to trade with this Horned Sinon because of the poison damage. 2, 3. This Bubbles is going to fight Tomwa of the Glow. That's 4. He'll take 3. Guiltspine Netcaster is going to run into Australis Seaborg. That's 5. Going to play Guiltspine Netcaster and then play Call of the Void. Gain 1. Exhaust a creature. If it was already exhausted, destroy it instead, and its controller loses 1. That is 6.
It's not enemy creature?
It's not enemy creature. It's just exhaust a creature. If it was already exhausted, its controller loses 1. That's 6. Okay. I will check with 9.
0 keys.
Technically 1. Drew final analysis there.
Not going to win much with Mookling and Wicolia.
Yeah. Wicolia is just not a good card. I mean, Censor Chief Garcia was a good card. Wicolia is not a good card.
Nope.
Okay, so NS Abaka is 3-0. Fanguppy is 1-2. So we have a Contive versus Poria. I'm on a Contive. You're on Poria. If Poria wins, Poria's in. If Poria loses, Ibaka's the only one that advances from tonight. And the way your luck's been going, Tom, you're due. But a Contive doesn't have a win yet. Poria does. So, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Also, we played Mind Bullets like 18 times, and I've never pushed the button, so I'm pushing the button.
Rough night. So this one's out.
Yep. Fanguppy's out. Fanguppy is 1-2.
And that one's in.
And that one's in at 3-0.
And both of these could be out.
Yeah, this one's already out because it's 0-2. Okay. That one's 1-1, so that's fighting for a shot to be in.
Okay.
If they were both 0-2, I'd just be like, no, let's.
We're slow tonight. I brought my decks for the next bracket, but
Yeah.
a little slower.
And get to play Sealed Triad on Saturday.
Is that this week? Oh, Saturday. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good fun.
Dark Tidings. Next month I'm pushing for a Mass Mutation Sealed event.
It's on Saturdays.
I'm going to try and get it changed.
Saturdays are no bueno. What time does it start?
Noon. Okay, let's see what happens. This deck has lots of potential, but wants to call the same house all game. That deck has lots of potential at calling the same house all game. Heads. I'll keep. Don't know that it gets worse than this, but I also don't know that it gets better.
I'll keep.
Okay. 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 Saurian. Play Magistra Vita. Play Reach Advantage. Gain 1, there's none to capture. Raise the Tide. Play Scylla. Play Decadence.
Good lord.
Exalt Ready. Kill Eldest Despair.
Pretty much just want to concede right now.
Ready. Draw 4. I don't blame you.
Was that 5 cards?
That was 4 cards. That's why I kept it. Because it had 4 cards.
Why did he capture one? Oh. Draw 3.
Untamed. Discard Flume and Mookling. Play Fangtooth. Kill Marshall Ewer. Draw 3. That deck has a frickin' Pester Grove, right? I have not seen the Pester Grove. Did it get...
It's in there.
Is it?
I saw it when I was shuffling, I thought.
Okay.
We'll look after.
Well, we can count right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 30 plus the 6 in your hand. Right? You got 6 in hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that it's gone all night and we have not seen the Pester Grove out of it. Because I think the Pester Grove is actually very important in that deck. Because I'm remembering the game with it that I won, and I won because, like, it fights decent because it has some skirmish, and with Pester Grove, everything's enraged.
Witch of the Dawn. Eldest Bear. Eldest Bear. Mookling. Draw 2.
Saurian. Play Altruist Rostrum. Reap. Reap. Ready. Draw 1.
Killing Mookling.
Yep.
Star Alliance. Selective. 3, 4, 5.
And 7.
And then you're 7, yeah. Static Collection. Lieutenant Volmart. Draw 3.
Saurian. Altruist Rostrum to move this there. Dino, you didn't. Reap. And turn kill Volmart. Ready? Draw 1. Bastard. Checking with 7.
Saurian or Sanctum, Hammergram. Oh, draw. Tyrion, Lorena, Bulwark, Reap. Draw 3.
Okay. Forge. Okay. How do I do this? We start with that. Shadows. Play Subtle Chain. I think it might be worth it to do that. Take the Tide. Play a Sea Urchin to steal one. Cement Shoes my Sea Urchin to kill it. Raising the Tide, discard Monty Bank, discard One-Eyed Willow. Shed a Chain, draw 4, end of turn, kill Urian.
Untamed, Instrument of Silence, Hester Grove, Reap, draw 3.
Untamed. Plague a Buck. Persistence Hunting for Sanctum. Shed a Chain, draw 2, and a turn, kill the Witch of the Dawn.
Star Alliance, Researcher, Ambervac, Matter Maker, Lieutenant Kirker, draw 4.
Saurian, discard Consul Primus, play Charybdis. Shed my last chain, draw 2. End of turn, kill Mutagenesis Researcher.
Untamed, Chelonia, Witch of the Dawn, 2. To get back Witch of the Dawn. Play Witch of the Dawn.
Yep, would have done you a lot of good to concede, Tom.
Get back Mookling. Draw 2. Say check.
Shadows. Discard One-Eyed Willa. Play Walk the Plank to steal one. Play Mug on the Chelonia. Draw 4. Don't take the tide. Yeah, I don't take the tide. Draw 4, end of turn, kill the Mookling.
I forge for 5.
Yep. That's why I should have taken the tide. Oh well. You'll learn.
I capture 2.
Mm-hmm.
Sanctum. Larry of the Lake. Sir Beaver. Light Everlasting. Play Urian. Lady's gonna kill here.
You lose one. Before fight, lose one.
Okay. Bulwark's gonna fight there for 6.
Before fight, lose one.
Alms Master's gonna kill there. Lady Lorena's gonna kill there, taking none because of skirmish.
Right. Discard.
Draw 3.
All Untamed. Play Chelonia. Take the Tide. Play Flumph. Gain 1. Youngest Bear to gain 1. Play Assert Dominance. The remainder of the turn, friendly creature gains skirmish, ready and fight with that creature. Flumph is going to fight kill that Witch of the Dawn. 2 power counters on Chelonia. Alright, they're all angry. Oh,
He
I
lost
lost it. Ready, end of turn, kill Sir Beaver. Shed Chain, draw 3.
Okay. I capture 2. Beginning of my turn.
I have the Tide.
Oh. Alright. Take the Tide. Chain Tracker. Star Alliance. Static Collection Array. Diplomatic Gung. Lieutenant Kirker is going to swing here.
Okay.
I didn't gain my 1 from fighting last time. It's okay. Diplomatic Gung is going to make Lady Lorena fight. Gain 1 from fighting. Play Scott. Draw 2, shed a chain.
Okay. Saurian. Altruist Rostrum to move 1. There. Play Crushing Charge. Kills all 4 or less. And I already gained my chain for it. Play Altruist Rostrum. drawn into a whole slew of Star Alliance right now. Actually, you don't have that many Star Alliance left. What do you have? Untamed. To take the tide or not take the tide. Take the tide or not take the tide. I actually kind of like the thought of taking the tide. So, take the tide, go up to 6 chains, end of turn, kill Lieutenant Kirker. Ready, shed a chain, draw 2. Check with 6.
Untamed. Witch damage there.
Yep. Gotta get a creature back. It's a very angry witch.
Witch. Witch. Mookling. The fittest. Reaper so. Reap. Take the tide. Draw 3. Shed a chain.
Shadows. Ransack. Steal 1. Steal another. Ransack. Steal 1. Be like that. Discard Master Mindy. End of turn, kill Mookling. Shed chain, draw 1, shuffle, and draw 2 more.
Untamed. Reap. 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 Waste not. Destroying here. Drawing 2.
That doesn't go, neither does Waste Not. It's 10 o'clock.
Nice. New record. And I didn't capture 2 at the beginning of my turn?
I gave you 2 at the beginning of your turn.
Okay. Because you had 8 or 9?
Yep.
Mookling. I'll draw none. Shed a chain. He's angry.
Okay. I will call Untamed. Play Miliobe. Play Assert Dominance. Ready, kill the Mookling. End of turn, kill the Witch. Shed chain, draw 2. Check with 7.
I'll forge for 4.
Yeah, I fucked up. I'm done. I'm done watching you slowly win the game.
What'd you do?
I didn't take the tide. I let you forge for 4. You literally reap and you win, Tom. It's not brain surgery.
Well, you could have took the tide that time. For the last key.
And continued to lose and get behind. Yes. That sounds fun. That's what I've been doing for 45 minutes now. I'm done doing it.
Sorry.
That's why you don't concede games, people.
That's rough. This one's not going to beat anything.
I think it's a good deck.
Anything
I
strong.
disagree completely with you.
Okay.
I think that
Don't get salty. Just relax.
No, I'm not getting salty. I'm saying that I think you had a bad first experience with that deck. And
the Pester Grove wreck stuff, though.
that's
what I'm saying.
That's
It
what
does.
I said.
Yeah, it does.
Is it completely wreck stuff?
But if you get a deck that has some amber or artifact control, you'd be all right.
I don't think so. Because how are you going to kill the Sanctum board if you're full artifact control? This has a good board
you
wipe.
don't have to be full artifact control.
The decks that are going to beat this deck are going to be Archon-worthy decks. I think that's the difference between us. Is you don't like it because it doesn't have an answer to everything. I think it's a solid deck because it plays sealed well.
Okay.
I think that the matchup it lost is a draw order matchup and not.
Well, we'll see. It made it through.
Yeah.
But right there, you just said you messed up, or it would have lost, and it would have been out of the tournament.
No, it wouldn't have lost. I messed up, but I didn't have anything in hand. I could have kept the game going for 4 more turns.
I had no amber control. If you would have got to check on that turn, it would have been over.
No, it wouldn't. I only had 1 key.
You had 8 amber.
I wouldn't. I had 7. I wouldn't
Or
have
7.
forged because of the Mookling. I didn't forge.
Oh, you had 2 keys.
No, I had 1 key.
Oh, I thought you had 2.
No, I had 1. I was trying to forge my second. I had enough amber for both keys because you're freaking Lady Lorena that I couldn't deal with.
I see.
No, I'd only had 1. That game wasn't nearly as close as you think it was, Tom. That game was downright miserable for me.
I had a few of those tonight.
Yep, you did. But that one was one where I was just sitting there going, I get to watch Tom play Keyforge. I'm going to lose. Because as soon as you dropped the Lady Lorena, and then you had another 5 untamed creature turn, I was never getting back to Lady Lorena again. That was the problem.
That witch combo's nuts.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a better deck than you do. Because it's got stuff like that.
Witch. Bring your Mookling back.
And if you have 2 of them in hand, you get the Chelonia with the first one.
Yeah, I just couldn't get the Chelonia back because I had to get the other witches because you were with the Fangtooth. You're going to blow up something, and I was trying to keep you away from that Lady Lorena. I was trying to keep you 4 or 5 turns away from the Lady Lorena.
So NS Ibaka and Poria both advance. Because what was I going to do, Tom? Race you to 24 chains? Because that's the thing is, eventually I get to the point where I'm drawing no cards.
Well, that's why I kept
Because you
raising.
were ahead on chains.
That's why I kept doing it.
And you had the amber.
Yeah.
So what am I going to do? Grab my 5 cards and go, I raise the tide. I can play 1 card. And then I draw no cards. I shed a chain.
Yeah.
You raise the tide again and you don't have to do anything. That's the thing is, you're at a 0-sum game. I'm not.
Well, that's why I was raising the chains, was because as long as I stayed under 6 so that I didn't have to lose more than 1 card.
But at that point, it doesn't matter because you're at 2 keys. I'm at 1. I have to keep you from having the tide because you're capturing 2, and I have to keep you from forging for 4.
Yeah,
It's a lose-lose scenario.
I get that part.
And on that turn, if I'd done that and drawn Crushing Charge, if I'd already taken the tide from you and I'd drawn Crushing Charge at the end of my turn, I had a shot at killing Lady Lorena. But I still needed to forge,
Because you could have board wiped.
and I had no amber control.
Because you could have board wiped and used
Fangtooth.
Fangtooth to kill Lady Lorena.
Because the only thing in that entire deck that was going to deal with Lady Lorena was Fangtooth Cavern. Because there's no
bubbles to bounce.
There's no bounce. There's no...
Kill something with amber on it.
There's a Charybdis that couldn't have fought into it. Persistence hunting to exhaust it. Dino, you didn't, but I didn't see it. Thin the herd. I discarded it. I mean, there were ways, but this was how it was shuffled. So let's see. Were you gonna let me?
Did you get thin the herd early?
No, I discarded it off of a ransack at the end there.
Oh.
Wait, are you gonna let me get that far into my deck before you win? How about that far? Because I was... Oh. The Crushing Charge was halfway down. Because I was... this far. And I gotta get to there. You're gonna win.
Well, we got our first 3-0 deck.
Is that our first 3-0?
Yeah.
I thought we had one on the first night that went 3-0, but we had 2 others that went 2-1.
No, they were all 2-1s.
Ah.
We had one that could have been 3-0, and then it went 2-1.
Oh, right, that high SAS deck.
Yeah, it was
Trophy
2-0.
game.
It was 2-0, and then we had one that was.
I think that NS went 3-0 partially because I got to play it twice. I know that deck inside out. I think versus Fanguppy, I do think that match could have went either way. I truly do think that that's a much closer match than we had. And it was because I knew exactly how to play the deck.
Fanguppy is out, though.
Yep. But again, that's matchups. That crazy draw deck that I have with the Waste Knot and Double Undignathus and Archon's Callback and Eureka, it's in a pod that I don't know if it'll win.
Yeah.
And that deck was crazy. But if you drop Urian, Larry of the Lake, and Lady Lorena, I don't think it wins.
Well, you got to be able to keep them out.
And that's the thing about sealed Dark Tidings, people. You can have the fastest deck on the planet. It still needs a board wipe when you're playing sealed Dark Tidings because there are way too many problematic things that can go wrong. As we just saw.
Well, like each time I got Urine out, this time you had an answer for him.
Yeah.
And then I didn't have, because he's small.
Right.
But you had an answer for him.
Mm-hmm.
So that worked out pretty good.
But I'm saying, like, I could answer a 3-power creature, which, you know, every deck should be able to answer a 3-power creature. Yeah. One of them. But if you put Urian on Lady Lorena, like, I don't know what I would have done.
Yeah.
Because I burned Dino You Didn't on him. I burned Crushing Charge on him. I burned most of my fights on him.
Well, that's the thing with all those guys, is even you put him by taunt, which I did several times. I had him by taunt, and I had him by between taunt. I had him between everything. Then you play those cards that are play 4 or destroy 4 or higher, or 4 or lower, and he's just gone.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm saying, like, you had one creature that had 5 of my amber, and I had 7. Take away that one creature, and I win the game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because how many turns was I in check, and at the beginning of your turn, you got to take 2.
Yeah. All but once or twice, I think, there after I played her.
And we may have missed it once, come to think of it.
Yeah. Yep.
And what am I going to do? Call Saurian? I didn't draw any Saurian.
Yeah.
So my plan was to use the Altruist Rostrum to move all that amber off of Lady Lorena.
Yeah.
And onto something I could kill, but I kept not drawing Saurian cards. I had 2 Ransacks with 3 cards left in my deck, and one of them was Shadows.
Yeah.
And then I discarded the Thin the Herd.
Which hurts.
Which would have done everything I needed it to do.
Yeah. Which was timing, because that's right when you need it, too, to get that big amber surge. That's the surge you need. And
that's what it feels like. It feels like there's no tempo slowdowns for your opponent in Dark Tidings.
No.
It feels like as soon as somebody's running away with the game... Because what did you say? Turn 2, you were like, game's over, I'm done.
Yeah.
I mean, that's premature. But turn 5, most of our games are done.
Yeah.
It's a matter of how long can I keep you from forging your 3rd key? It's kind of like that 5th game.
I think you lost the game for yourself because you board wiped yourself, if you remember right. You played...
I had 2 creatures. When I played Crushing Charge, I had 2 creatures.
I think you had 3, because you did... Because I had 2...
You had a board this wide.
No, not when the first one. At the very beginning, when I said I wanted to give up, you did something because you did something and it board wiped yourself, but it benefited you amber-wise.
It was the Fangtooth that killed my last creature. But I needed to get to that Lady Lorena, and you're forgetting that you had Urian and Larry of the Lake on the board.
That's true.
So how am I going to let you reap for 4? Because that was before Pester Grove, even.
Yeah, that was way
So,
early.
like, If
Yeah.
you're reaping for 4, I lose the game.
Yep.
That's the thing about Urian, is you have to answer that card when there's a Larry of the Lake around.
Yeah, he's got to go.
Can you imagine that deck with 2 Shieldulators in it?
Oh,
Instead of those 2 static collection arrays? You
Oh.
wouldn't care.
no.
Here's my Urian with 7 armor. I reap for 8.
One turn, or 2 turns, and it's
Because you
over.
got Diplomatic Gung too, and you can just Star Alliance.
Out of
Stack
house.
up the armor. Reap.
Yep.
Because that's what I was doing when I won with it.
Hmm.
When I beat that Fanguppy deck, if you remember.
Yeah.
Fanguppy couldn't wipe the board. Infighting wasn't doing it.
No. Too much armor.
And that's the reason that deck lost. That deck's a good deck.
Yeah. It's gone, though.
But
She gone.
you need a gateway.
Yeah. But there's
Can you
none.
imagine how much better Saurian would be in this set if they had Axiom instead of
Oh, yeah.
Crushing Charge? I'd take those 2 chains. I'd take those 2 chains every day of the week.
Can you imagine how these decks would differ if there was actual board wipes?
Yeah.
I wonder how much different they'd play. Because there's none. I mean,
Selective Preservation and Grand Alliance Council and Star Alliance. That's why Star Alliance is the best house. Grand Alliance Council is insane.
yeah.
Because you can basically set up a one-sided board wipe if you have Diplomatic Gungs. And we have a few of those decks. You've got a couple of them.
Yeah.
You've got one with like triple Diplomat and a Grand Alliance Council.
Yeah.
Which basically means if you don't share a house with your opponent, it's a one-sided board wipe.
I think it's probably my second best deck.
Mm-hmm.
I have one that I'm really excited to play, but we'll see. It'll probably get paired against like the best decks in the first round.
Yeah, it's probably in that with the Ancient Dame Gospodinov deck.
Yeah, it'll probably get wiped out first time.
With one of those crazy Logos decks.
Or
that I
I'll
opened.
draw a dead with it.
And that's the thing. I don't know if maybe we just haven't played enough people often enough. Like, maybe we're getting sick of playing each other because it's been like a year since we've really like played other people on a consistent basis. I don't know if it's the set. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm missing something with Dark Tidings. But then I look around and everybody's running into the same problem.
We just went to the pre-release and me and you were first and second. So
Right.
I think we're doing fine.
No, I'm just saying, like all the other content, a lot of the other content creators are having problems with it.
Yeah, I think
So-
I just got to pee real quick. I think we're doing fine. I think they're just missing some stuff. I think they wanted to leave some stuff out.
Yeah. Because, like, I opened some of these decks, and I'm like, I don't even want to play it. And then I'm like, maybe it's good. Maybe I should play it. But it's rough. It's rough in Keyforge land right now. I love the game. I'm not giving up on it. But Dark Tidings is wearing me out. I'm getting really sick of seeing Tawiki Krakens and Kilogog's trenches. Ooh, that's double Berry Riches with no capture. Getting really sick of seeing triple Seeker Needle with nothing to go with it. It's hard. And those aren't bad decks for Dark Tidings decks, but I also feel bad when I'm opening. I think I have 55 Dark Tidings decks, and I think maybe one of them might take right now. I mean, as the tournament plays out, we'll see. But I think I've maybe played one that I would be like, okay, this might hold its own at our Chainbound. We aren't a big community. We don't have the largest stockpiles of decks on everybody. You and I have the most out of everybody. We've played the most out of everybody. And when I'm going, I'd only take one to our Chainbound. And I don't know if it'd go positive. I'm not like dumping on Dark Tidings. Dark Tidings is fun.
It's fun, but here's my thing.
It's getting tiring, though.
I'm not judging what they're doing because I haven't sat there and watched them, but I'm going to compare it to Pokemon. And it's not Pokemon. This game is not Pokemon.
Right,
but
yeah.
Pokemon, this set that's out right now, doesn't have to compete against the legendary sets.
Right.
Keyforge has to compete with Coda. And I don't think the people that are testing it are testing this set against Coda.
Heck, I don't think it can compete with Mass Mutations.
That's what I'm saying. I was only using the one set.
Right, yeah.
But what I'm saying is they're not testing, when they're going through this, I don't think they're testing it against the other sets. They're playing it against itself, which is fine, but they're not thinking it through. And these guys have to be able to compete with all these other sets, because they said since day one, we're not taking out sets, we're going to take out houses and mix and match them. But Clay, you're going to be able to play your Coda decks at tournaments against these other ones, unless we do, I can't remember what the money
Vault
one.
Warrior.
Vault Warrior, except for that one.
Which is another thing that Asmodee Italy said was coming back in 2022, that they would be doing it.
So
again, this is me holding my breath.
So that's what I think. That's where I think they messed up. Is I think they're testing this stuff against itself and not worrying too much about the other sets.
And we aren't bagging on it.
No.
We aren't.
We're having fun with it.
I can't imagine how hard it was to playtest this set.
No, not at all. It's,
like half through a pandemic, like who knows where they were actually at in playtesting. But
it's hard.
I also think that, like, maybe we should be getting some previews to the content creators. Maybe reaching out to the content creators. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about Call of Discovery. I'm talking about Tabletop Royale. I'm talking about Help from Future Self. I'm talking about Archon's Corner. Those guys who, maybe one of them tunes into our stuff once in a while, but not that often. I should be seeing a stream that gets 50 viewers and streams 3 times a week.
Yeah.
They should have a clue what's going on with Keyforge.
But nothing.
But we don't hear anything. And that's kind of the disheartening thing. I don't want another set with Unfathomable.
No.
I currently feel like I did not like Worlds Collide Saurians. I've been very vocal on that fact. I dislike Unfathomable for completely the opposite reason. Unfathomable ain't going to do crap against the Coda decks that I play.
Mm-mm.
It's going to run away crying. There's not enough pips.
Yep.
It can't play enough. You want to go against one of my fast decks with... I don't need my creatures to untap. I'm gaining 6 amber without reaping. Like, why are you...
Without creatures.
Yeah.
And Unfathomable needs those creatures, because you're sitting there holding 5 Unfathomable cards waiting for me to play creatures.
Oh no, my Kixel Stone doesn't untap.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
Think about the most powerful artifacts that we have. Who cares if they untap or not?
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
It's all static.
Yeah, it's all static effects. Static effects win games. Unfathomable doesn't... The Chosen One is good. That's a good card.
Yeah.
It's a rare.
Yeah.
There's the one that taps everything when your opponent forges a key. Or all their creatures whenever your opponent forges a key. That's okay. It only triggers twice and then you've lost the game. So it's not the greatest thing, but I think if you could have a Dark Tidings deck with 36 Star Alliance cards, you'd be on your way to winning a Vault Tour. That's my hot take.
Or 24 and 12 logos.
And part of it is because we're down on it. People aren't opening the numbers that are needed to see a truly amazing Dark Tidings deck.
I've got 2 or 3 that I'm happy to play.
Yeah.
The rest of them are like, ugh.
But we aren't seeing any promotion for the game right now.
No.
Nobody's hyping things up.
No.
Our local game store, they don't know if a new set's coming.
No.
I'm the person who's out there digging through everything trying to find it. They aren't letting these store owners know. You can't push stuff. Throw some prizes for local chain bounds. You've had Vault Tour stuff sitting around forever.
Gathering dust.
Just throw it to a bunch of LGSs that are running events and build up some hype for the game. Magic's up to releasing a set every 3 days at the moment or whatever.
Pokemon's the same way.
Yeah, you can't find Pokemon anywhere. And this isn't a trading card game.
Nope. Keyforge would be the same way. If you guys put the stuff out, people will buy it.
And again, not criticizing specific people. I'm just saying, it's disheartening when we have a set that
Especially with the fan base we have. There's people that I just got a message about a deck that I've got, and it's an AOA deck. I've got people messaging me for stuff that I just opened. It's like people are, and that's for Canadians wanting stuff, and people in Taiwan.
Yeah.
It's like people are wanting the stuff, man. They're wanting to play and do the game. But,
And we want to play.
yeah.
I just feel like it's a mediocre set. I can't see how the meta would shift enough for Dark Tidings to be truly top tier at the moment. I'm sure there are those decks out there. I'm sure there's a double Tide Warp, quadruple Mecha Buoy deck with a Legacy Lethalogica.
There you go.
That's just gonna smoke everything. It's a Legacy Maverick Lethalogica and Untamed, so that you can play it out of house and pick those up. But, I mean, there's some good logo sides. There's some good Star Alliance sides. I just...
Play them.
None of the houses are bad, but they don't
feel good.
But you get so many decks that don't feel good, and then you get one that feels good. I liked playing that Fanguppy deck. I thought it was fun.
Yeah. It came close in both games it lost, but...
This Sakontai deck had a good deck list. It looked solid. It didn't play for anything.
No.
So...
Well, guys, I got to go to bed. I have to be up at 5. And Clay's got like an hour drive to his bride.
Yep.
But thank you for coming out.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry we ranted for so long tonight. I do feel terrible jumping on the rant train.
It's just because we want more.
And I just want some news. I want a tweet. Just a tweet. Just being like, hey guys,
Teaser.
Work on the Keyforge set's going great. We hope to have it out to you. We can't give you a release date, but we hope to have it out to you sometime. Yeah, you're gonna get trolled in negative comments. That's inexcusable.
Block
But
them.
I can't stop those people from making their comments. I can only be like, cool, thanks for letting us know. This is awesome.
The positive support's going to be way higher than the negative, though.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed. Everybody wants some. The idiots are going to be out.
So, just one or two. And again, Dark Tidings is fun. Grab a couple of decks, play them with your friends, play some sealed, and you might open the one that's just awesome. But this set feels a lot higher RNG than we had with Mass Mutation and Worlds Collide.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a step backwards when it comes to deck quality overall. I feel like a lot of our Mass Mutation decks we could take to Chainbound, and a few of our Mass Mutations decks we can take to Chainbound and really just stomp.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I have a couple that I consider Vault Tour worthy of Mass Mutation decks. And,
the one I won with is pretty decent.
Yeah, and I don't see any... I see maybe one or two of these that have the potential to be like... But I'm not taking them to a Prime. I haven't found anything yet that I identify enough to want to take to a Prime. But we'll find one, I'm sure. We haven't been through them all quite enough yet. So, anyway, stay forging. Buy cheap AOA. That quadruple generosity... Quadruple Key Abduction is just an AOA deck away.
Whew. Library access.
Yeah, Legacy
Met
Library
later.
access, ZYX researchers, a couple of the Martian creature that reaps and archives a card from your discard pile.
There you go.
Couple Mars firsts.
Get her done.
You find that deck.
Good night.
Don't call me because I can't afford it. So
I can.
have a good night, everybody. We appreciate you.
I'll sell a cow or something.